and welcome back to whatever the hell we're doing now. I guess we're doing for Odin. Sure, okay.
So, when last we left off, we had just finished off our war with Spain. We'd just taken control of a gigantic swath of Brazil and prepared ourselves for the next war where we're just going to take the rest of it. So Spanish Brazil now has a total war score cost of 29%, and Spanish La Plata is 65. So we should be able to fully annex this whole section in the next war against Spain. And for now, it's time to deal with our unrest. So we're going to go to each province here and increase the local autonomy. Is there any reason to do this? I guess, yeah, it will hopefully allow us to take at least a couple of these provinces out of the running via either planting troops here. Whoops, those are... It's not a province that needs that done. Okay, so we need to do those. This is a Castilian colony. That's fine. Alright, so by popping up all this, we're gonna drop some of these off the list completely eventually. So this army here should just go sit in a province that has 4.8 unrest. So we can go ahead and show these guys here. So what is this? What is it that's causing this to only have 4.8 instead of the 5.8? Doesn't matter that much. Alright, let's take a look. We want to check, and the best way is to click on this. We need to check where the primary separatists are going to be showing up here. So it should be at 0% because until now we haven't had any. I guess it's sitting here. So we've got a pretty good amount of stuff, and it looks like Crato and Borborema. Where's Borborema? Alright, so if we can get Borborema off the list entirely, that would be very good for us. So we'll see whether we're able to do that. And we can find my fleet, which is where... There it is. And these guys are protecting trade in the English Channel. These guys are going to join in protecting trade in the English Channel. I'm gonna join that mission. Alright, so what else do we need to do? These guys can go exploring. Okay, so I'm just gonna get all of the sea zones explored first, because I should be able to explore pretty much the entire ocean at this point, I think. Looks like Portuguese Australia is a thing now. Portuguese South Africa is pretty substantial. Alright, so we need to deal with this. We're just gonna increase the autonomy here. Now, this army is going here, this army is going to Sevilla, this army is going to Granada. With that army in Granada, we should be able to minimize the separatism that we have there. And we now need to make sure, where's my... Okay, they're going to the right place. So, my goal now, I was thinking I was going to go after Portugal next. I'm actually not. Right now, I don't have nearly enough control over the English Channel. And so I'm going to go ahead and annex northern Germany and take control of the vast majority of that area. So we're gonna move these guys to here. And once I do take control of this area, so for instance, I need to take out Brabant, I need to take out Friesland. Let's see, who are the big players that was Brabant, Friesland, Utrecht, and then there's pirates. And if I take out all of the non-pirate people on that list, I end up with the vast majority of the trade in this node. So my goal here is basically to just start plowing through northern Germany, and I already did my calculations for who I'm going to attack. I just need to actually get it done. So once we've done that, you know what, I'm going to start... move this army to Germany. We're going to see if this... works the way that I want it to. Okay, so... we're just going to wait until we've gotten the ability to put a few 100,000 troops over there. We've got plus 42 now, plus 50 now. So that escalated quickly. And the key here is that every time I end up in a war where I have to just put my fleet away, so when I'm fighting against Portugal or Spain, or both for that matter, I'm losing so much trade power that I'm losing half of my net worth or net income. And that's just unacceptable. It's not a good way of handling things. So rather than doing that, what I'd like to do is just take control of all this territory so that wow, total income 280 now. If I take control of all this territory, then we'll be in a much better position. So we are collecting, Brabant is collecting. So we collect 40 from this trade node, which is only about half of what's in here. So if we can take control of this trade node completely, we're going to be collecting over 100 from this trade node. And that's our goal here. Okay, let's see. So, how's my manpower doing? We're going to take a while to fully reinforce, unfortunately. So, we gained 20 prestige while we're already pretty much capped out. Alright, so this person is a what? He was a military guy. I'm at 96 Republican traditions, so it's in my best interest to keep this person, especially since he's a scholar. So I think I'm going to keep this guy. Gain some diplomatic power. And I can now, if I want... do a few things. Okay, so one thing that I need to do, this is extremely important right now, I need to start improving my relations with Austria. Austria is going to get a massive amount of aggressive expansion, even though they're an ally right now, from what I'm about to do, because I'm going to be taking all of northern Germany. The other thing that I need to keep an eye on is the relations between Brandenburg and Bohemia. Currently, Austria is willing to join this now. So with Austria willing to join this, I don't actually have to worry nearly as much. Because I can just bring Austria in to do some of the work. Oh, right, shit. I need to get these guys over here. I completely forgot about this fortress. Okay. We just lost our explorer. So we now have 55,000 troops chilling here. And our goal is to get these guys to Tlemcen. And if I could get Savoy in on this war, that would be even better. Because if I can get Savoy in, then I can guarantee a stomp. And it actually wouldn't be too... So if I side with the nobility, the clergy becomes disloyal for a very short period of time. And some random province becomes part of the nobility. Alright, we need to send our colonist out. We already have someone here. And this seems as good a spot as any. Let's send them here. Again, we're just trying to get as much of the territory filled in. As we can. So, we're going to be getting Measuring the World before we go up against our next set of enemies. So I can recruit an Inquisitor if I want. Let's do it. And I can just make a donation and call it a day. Oh shit! Well, that generous donation was a bit more generous than I realized. So unfortunately we are going to take out a loan here. I'm actually going to do this manually. I'm going to do 2 loans. So with 2 loans, does that give me enough to do what I want to do here? So... No, we need 1 more loan if we're going to do it. I think that we should. It's... when embraced, we get a 10% goods produced modifier. And it's just generally going to be useful. So we just lost the... Ooh, hello. Who's at war? So if I declare this war now, Bohemia will join, but I can also bring them in. Okay, we're going to split this guy off. Alright, so it's time to start converting. I guess not start converting these Catholic provinces. How close are we to coring this stuff? Not super close, so I don't think it's worth it to wait on it. So the Spanish-Brazilian separatists are going to spawn soon. So we're gonna have to deal with those separatists, and we can do that with this army here. And we also have to consider probably put somebody in charge here. Just in case some of these troops spawn on top. And they did. They spawned right on top of us. Okay, so... that was kind of hilarious. Just in case they happen to spawn in this exact location. Boom. Alright, so we should be able to get rid of these separatists completely. Which is good. And we can now move this army over to Dithmarschen. We've got 15,000. Okay, we just won the siege of Tlemcen, which is good. And we can now start converting the next province, which is going to be someone over here. I do not want to be converting provinces over here, because I don't want to increase the unrest here. We can get our overextension and war exhaustion dealt with. We can remove the Moroccan separatists off the map. Okay, so now we've got our relations going up with Austria. I'm gonna check something. I don't think that improving my relations. No, it doesn't. So I think I am gonna wait for Savoy on this because of the fact that the Holy Roman Emperor is now willing to join in. But it doesn't really meaningfully impact the way that I intend to go about this unless, of course, the alliance chains are disrupted. So my current plan here entails going to war with kind of the majority of the Holy Roman Empire. We're going to be taking out at least something like 12 of the princes. We won't necessarily be annexing all of them, but we will be going to war with quite a few of them. So I seem to be getting more and more troops gone. Is that? Do I have? No. Okay, so that's just from those fights over there. Interestingly enough, I am still a valid rival for all these folks over here, apparently. I was kind of expecting that I wouldn't be a valid rival for Spain at the very least anymore. But administrative efficiency plus 20% should be pretty useful. And I'm actually going to take this. This gives me a 10% increase to manpower recovery speed, which is effectively a 10% increase to my manpower right now. So we've cored all this stuff. So the disadvantage of having kept this guy is that I'm not going to be able to have... Who are these guys? Why are there Moroccan separatists spawning from there? Those are at 0 and rest just now. Oh well. Need to move across, I guess. Actually, we don't. These guys will deal with the problem. So this army can go up north where they belong. And at that point, we'll have 110,000 troops here. Savoy is currently at war with Bohemia, Bavaria, Ulm, Friesland, and Utrecht. Perfect. So this means that Bohemia is currently at war. If we declared war on Brandenburg, Bohemia will join. And it looks like they're currently at war with Austria as well. This is really pretty much optimal. So our allies have actually declared war already in advance of when we want to go in. So let's see. Do I have all these estates ready? Okay, we want to turn this into a state. And we can spend 100 coring all of that, which gives us the ability to wait on measuring the world until a little bit later. So we're sitting on plus 68 right now. We have about 100,000 troops here already, and that number is just going to increase as time passes. So Brabant is currently at war with who? Hamburg, Brandenburg, Bremen, and Lübeck. This is kind of nuts. Alright, so Brabant is using their navy for all sorts of interesting stuff. And the goal here think it's just to declare everyone as a co-belligerent and go ham. So we just won that. We lose some prestige and gain some potency. Okay, I think it's time to declare war. So, the Brabant army is probably going to do their thing over here. Do I need to declare on Mecklenburg? This calls Bavaria into it. You know what? Just to minimize our aggressive expansion from annexing everybody here, we can do this. So, let's just make sure that the alliance chain hasn't gotten worse. So Lubeck, Brandenburg, Bremen, Hamburg, and Utrecht. These guys are Bavaria, Brandenburg, and Friesland. Friesland is currently fighting against... Yeah, this is perfect. So we're just going to do full-on Yarhuism here. Oh, I didn't check Cleves. Cleves is here. And they're actually in a good position where I'd want to annex them. So Bavaria, Brandenburg, Frankfurt. Oh, Frankfurt, that's a new one. Okay, I don't think I want to set Cleves as a co-belligerent because I don't really need to. There's really not much reason to do that. Unless... Let's just set them all as co-belligerents, call it a day. Okay, so we're going to declare this. Nobody's willing to join the war because they're already at war with all these people. And Brandenburg is chilling over there. We're going to move these guys to here. And we're going to get my fleet to safety. So we're currently at war with this group. We're going to move these guys into Lubeck. These guys are not sieging this because we're not at war with them. So Bremen did not join, which interferes with our strategy a little bit. Pop these guys down here. And let's see here. Whoa. So these guys just attacked straight into my army. Not really sure why that was done. So we're just gonna leave this guy behind again. Move these guys in here. Oh shit. We are locked in and do not have a general in charge of this army for some reason. Whoops. Okay, well, we just won something. We need to get a new leader. Okay. This is a very big issue. Oh god. Okay, we're just gonna pull these guys back. Shit, we can't. We can't pull them back. This is trouble. Okay, so... Whoa. They're now charging me here. We're gonna have to send this whole army over here. They have a lot of fucking troops available to attack me with. They're right on the 25th. 2 more days should be fine. Okay, so... Yikes. So that's Trubs. What the fuck? Why are my troops... Why are these troops fighting here? How did this happen? Did they retreat separately or something? Okay, everybody just get to Shaland. We need to get everybody to the same spot. So these guys are now fighting the forces of Brabant. I do not know what happened there. Honestly. Considering the sheer number of wars that Brandenburg's in, the fact that they're still sitting on like the full troop numbers and everything is kind of bizarre. And they've already breached the walls there. Unfortunately, we need 50,000. God, this is going to take 5 years to fully reinforce these armies. Teutonic Order is at war. Well, this is interesting. Move these guys together here. So I just move all these guys down to Dithmarschen, and then we're gonna pop into here. This is farmlands, unfortunately. I'm gonna consolidate my regiments. Let's give me 77,000 troops to charge in here. I'm hoping that they'll be engaged in some other battle somewhere. Okay, so there we go. That's the Mecklenburg and Cleves armies. Hopefully dealt with. I'm not at war with Oldenburg, am I? I'm not at war with Oldenburg. Am I at war with Bremen? Yes. So I'm actually going to move up to Lübeck first. And I'm going to send my fleet over here. Move these guys not to here, that's a bad idea. Go to someplace that has proper supply limit at least. Okay. So we just breached the walls. And good. The armies that I'm fighting against are in the southern, or not the southern, the western side. Fighting against my ally right now. So soon we should be able to finish this. Are we at war with Mecklenburg? Yes, we are. So we should be able to start annexing our way through here soon. We're up to 7% here. Got another wall breach. Okay, so these guys are going to Hamburg. Seems like a bad idea for them. Colonize this over here. And it's time to get measuring the world. Which will increase our income even more. And once we finish this siege here, we can relieve the siege of Hamburg by the Hamburg troops. And as we start picking off entities within this coalition, and I say coalition because this is definitely going to be a coalition that forms soon. So we're going to arrive on the 1st and the 2nd. They do have 36,000 troops here, so they could conceivably put up a bit of a fight. And I'm hoping that they can't put up enough of a fight to win. Unfortunately, I'm getting my butt kicked considering that they have so few troops. So we just lost this fight. I'm not sure how that happened. My troops are retreating to the weirdest fucking places. Oh my god. Jeez. So these guys just retreated one tile away for unknown reasons. Unfortunately, just losing that fight is kind of a big deal. Let's see. On the plus side, we should be able to face off here. I'm losing ticking war score right now because I keep losing these fights. Oh, they probably have cartridge. This is such a huge bonus. I didn't think about that, but yes, I'm currently missing out on a very major military technology. Cartridge does a huge amount. +2 to artillery fire is doubling the potency of artillery. So we need to be much more careful and not try to take anything that looks remotely like an even fight right now. So like for instance, this fight we can probably go in on because there are so few of them. But as soon as they start making movements, we want to avoid it. So Hamburg has occupied this province. And I guess I need to take this province back before I can do anything. Put this person in charge. Okay, we've already taken this. We're 7% already with this. It's a very... It's a very weak force, that's why we were able to... Or force, not force. Our truces have expired over there. I don't think there's much risk of them attacking us, though. So my goal right now... We won the Siege of Hamburg, so we took that province back. And we can attack Mecklenburg here. But I'm gonna wait until this army arrives here first. Okay, so now that that army's arrived, we can go in on Mecklenburg. And there's nothing these guys can possibly do to stop this. If they try to go in here, they're just gonna get annihilated. And doesn't look like they're going here. I'm gonna go ahead and take this person again. So we're gonna move these guys over here. And that's why. So we've Lüneburg is now back under the control of these guys because somebody pieced out. So there's 77,000 troops here. I'm hoping that, oh god, they have... I didn't see that army there. Okay, so we won that fight. And we're gonna start just tearing through here. I'm gonna send these guys up here now. Oh shit, no we're not. We're gonna get attacked. Not sure whether this is gonna... God damn it. And this is why you do not attack until you've checked... What the hell is going on with these troops and their retreats to one province away? It just keeps happening. Okay, we can now call allies into this war. So we can call Austria in here, which is nice. I need to get cartridges. It's the only reason that I'm losing these fights. So, did Austria join the fight? Yes. No? Yes, maybe? Yeah, so Austria did join, which means that Austria is now in on this war on our side. We lost the Siege of Hamburg again. So can we piece out... Oh, we can piece Bohemia out separately, so that's good to know. I probably could have pieced Bohemia out of the war just now. So, once their war exhaustion drops, we should be in okay shape there. I'm gonna go ahead and just wait on this for a little bit. We can just wait a couple months to recoup some of our troops. So we now have 171,000 infantry versus their 70-some thousand. So Austria should be able to go in on the back line here and start doing some good work for us. So Hess. And we're just waiting before we go. There's no reason to go in until we have this. Can I... 10 more years before we can do that. So we're going to demand diplomatic support and give them monopoly charters. That allows us to get heavy frigate now. Gives us an increase to trade efficiency, but more importantly, it gives us plus 25 to our yearly settler growth, which is a pretty substantial... Whoa! And we get the imperialism casus belli. He's off Lubeck. So I could just take these two provinces from them. That gets them out of the war. I could even make the final province into my vassal if I wanted. So if I made Lubeck into a vassal, what impact does that have for us? And is that impact a good one? I don't think it is. It's not something that we need. So we're going to... We are going to get Lubeck out of the war. This gives us 45 aggressive expansion. Oh, this costs a bunch of diplomatic power. But, that said, do we need... We're not really that concerned about diplomatic power right now. If I were to vassalize them, I could then feed them some of this territory. So I think we're actually going to do this. So we're going to get 1 over our diplomatic relations limit. But this allows us to take a bunch of territory here. Do we want to do this? No, I don't think we do. I think we want to just... I think we want to annex them. So we're not going to quite annex them here, because we don't have the ability to yet. So instead, we're just going to take these two provinces, call that a day. So nobody is eligible to lead that trade league. So we can't core this because it's under siege. Oh, whoops, I did make them a vassal after all. Whoops, that's not what I intended to do. Oh well. I'm a dope. Let's see. We can now get cartridge. And we can upgrade our troops. So we're gonna get the Cohorn cannon here. And we can release them as a vassal later if we want. Okay, so we need to do this. And we're just going to wait a few months for our stuff to recover. Our morale. These guys are now retreating away. So this is grasslands. We do attack here, we'll be crossing a river, and they have 5 mobility. Okay. It looks like these guys are going to just charge me. Seems like a less than stellar plan. So we just eradicated that entire army. So that's Brandenburg's army. And Austria is... Where are the Austrian troops? The Austrian troops seem to be kind of just dicking around over here. We just had a wall breach. These guys are not quite locked in yet. I'm gonna wait until... No, we're gonna wait until... We'll arrive on the 2nd of June, which will give us time to restore a little bit more of our stuff. Oh my god, that damage. Oh, and these guys are going a weird direction. Where are they going? Are they gonna go to... Okay, so they retreated 1 tile away and got blown up. This army's gonna pop down here. This army is just gonna stay here in Holstein. And we're gonna take out this place here. So, who else do we have? So we have... Who's our other diplomatic relation? Oh, right, we have the alliance with Burgundy. Alright, we can just go ahead and break this alliance. We don't need this. So we broke our alliance with Burgundy. That is obviously going to annoy them, but that's okay. And we can now core Lübeck. So the goal now is we are currently at war with Bremen, yes. So we can go in and annex them, hopefully. So once we have access to Bremen, I guess I'm just gonna move these guys here. This is a very, very weak fort. I'm gonna move these guys over here. I'm gonna wait for this. A disease outbreak? Lovely. Let them complain. Okay, so oops. Gotta love them disease outbreaks. So we're actually gonna split this in half and send half of them here. This half here, I think, is enough to max this out. And this half here gives me +3, so... So we just lost the Siege of Revel. But that's okay. So we just won the Siege of Hamburg again. And we can walk this army over to Bremen and start sieging that down. We'll take a look at our current... So once we annex Bremen, we have the ability to declare war. Actually, I guess we can do it now because Oldenburg is grown. So this Bremen war isn't actually as important as it was just a little bit ago. Too much money. Wow, Liberty, Desire, and Subjects -5%. This guy is a scholar, a benevolent scholar. Peace offer for Frankfurt. Who's Frankfurt? One of the free cities. Oh, here's Frankfurt. Alright, so Frankfurt's out of the war. Bremen wants to be out of the war, but we're not letting them out of the war because we need to annex them. Got a wall breach. Actually, they're winning against the peasants. They're just taking a huge amount of casualties in the process. Interesting. So Hamburg just dramatically increased in size. I'm not going to be able to annex Hamburg in one war now. Never mind. Total war score for cost for all their provinces is tiny. Okay, so we just won the Siege of Bremen. Okay, we can go here now, so that's good. So we're not going to annex Bremen yet. We want to wait to annex them until after we're ready to go after the next chain. So Brandenburg is the war leader, so we can't peace out with them prematurely. Oldenburg has no allies right now, so what we can do is, once we get probably Hamburg, I need to... Can't really afford it. So can I get Bohemia out of the war? No. And where is the Austrian army? There's the Austrian army. So we just won the Siege of Lüneburg. So we're going to send these guys to Hanover. And once we take both of these, we can probably finish up this war. Not this war, but this section of the war. We can then just annex Hamburg. So we just won the Siege of Hoya. So once we get Hanover, we can finish part of this. And I do think that it's in my best interest to just keep the declarations of war coming. Hesse is currently at war with me. So, it looks like the Austrian troops have reached me. And we need to use some of our admin power. Okay, we just won this siege, which means that we can peace out with Hamburg. And this is full annexation. We get 100 and... Wow. This puts Spain on the list. If we were to do this. This costs so much diplomatic power. But we still have a truce with Spain. Yahoo. We're doing it. So we've annexed them. Let's take a look at... Austria's still at 113. Aggressive expansion plus 53. It's all good. We can now declare war on these guys. Okay, so we're gonna core all of this. Now the goal here... I guess I don't need, now that I think about it. So, let's take a look here. This is going to require... So, let's take a look. You do not give crap about this. Oh, I'm at war with Friesland already? Perfect. So we'll be able to annex Friesland, we'll be able to annex Utrecht, and basically just annex this whole coast aside from a relatively small portion of it. Somali's joined the coalition. Okay, we're gonna move these guys over here. Coalition's getting kind of big. So Brabant has entered that coalition, which is a problem for us. Alright, so if I take this, Spain's sitting on negative 200 with me. Okay. I don't really know what that was about. Oh, I guess I should probably increase my local autonomy here. Maybe not. That is 42,000 troops. had no idea these guys were so big still. Okay, our leaders are dying left and right. So Oldenburg wants peace. There we go. So we're able to take them out. Okay, so we need to take what colony now? Hills. So Trier has entered a coalition against us. We have 8,000 men. So Austria is probably... Yeah, they're only at medium appreciation for this war. Okay, so we can do this. Gives us access to a rank 3 advisor on the cheap. Can I piece Bohemia out? I kind of feel like, for the most part, Austria is kind of just messing around. They're not really doing much during this war. Austria's war enthusiasm is low. So who's in this war that I don't need in here? I don't need Bavaria in this war. So we can get Bavaria out. So Bavaria's out of the war. Which is good. That also eliminates some of the stuff there. Who else? Do we need Hesse in the war? So, our siege of East Frisia is over. We can annex them. Okay, so just gonna send all my troops in here. Not sure if it's a good idea or not, but we're gonna do it. I think it's a bad idea to send these guys in alone. These guys are currently... There we go. So they're going to be substantially outnumbered. And they're on the offensive, so they do have a slight penalty from that. Now send these guys over to here. That army out. So Bohemia is still the Holy Roman Emperor, unfortunately. Bohemia's down to medium enthusiasm. And we might be able to get Bohemia out of the war. If we can. Just pop over here, maybe. So Austria just pieced out. And that... Bohemia still doesn't really want to be in this war, so we're going to try and get Bohemia out by... Ooh, hello. Do we want Hesse in the war? I'm not really interested in going this deep. So I'm going to go ahead and piece Hesse out of the war. And do I want to wipe out this army first? No. So now... I'm just going to set these guys here for a second. Now, once we've pieced these guys out of the war, we should have a pretty easy time cleaning up the rest here. Okay, we've now got the Emperor out of the war. If we so choose. We do so choose. Let's get Bohemia out of here. So we're going to piece them out. And now, we can hopefully So we're good. Do we want to take Mecklenburg? Um. Do I want Mecklenburg? It is one of these coastal provinces. So I can get bonds and tontines whenever I want. It's gonna take so long before I actually have any diplomatic power ever again. Keep getting disease outbreaks. So I'm actually surprised by how many troops this alliance supposedly still has. So let's take a look at Spain. We've got an aggressive expansion there of 46. So we've just finished coring a bunch of stuff. Okay, so we should hopefully be able to wipe out this army here. And we did catch it. The question is whether we win. That should be a yes. So Berlin is only a rank 3 fort, so we shouldn't have any difficulty sieging this down quickly. Ulm is where? Ulm does not need to be in this war. So I'll accept that peace from. Okay, we now have a call for peace, which is a problem because we don't control the territory that we need to control. Because if we don't take Friesland, then we've been wasting our time, basically. So we're going to get ourselves over to the west. I'm going to go ahead and take this. Gives me plus 15 to the number of states I can have. So let's start stating this stuff once we... set this as a state. Peace offer. Alright, we need to... Okay, so we can now just pop in here. So this is what rank of fort? 1. So if we take their capital fort, it's a rank 7 fort. I'm not going to be able to take that in time. Let's take a look here. What is my current war exhaustion? My current war exhaustion is really not that high. And I need Holland above all else. Yep. So I need Holland above all else from these guys, but requesting it is a problem. So we're going to send this army back here. So, I could conceivably vassalize these guys. Yeah, these high-level forts are very, very hard to siege. Okay, so Russia is 6 aggressive expansion. No risk of Russia attacking me. Austria is happy with me. France isn't terribly happy, but that's fine. Savoy is perfectly fine with me. Gonna wow this. They're at war with Russia. So I could put troops in Holland, but in order to do it, I'm going to need to go through. It's point 1. Oh, there's a peace offer from Mecklenburg. They're actually about to be annexed off of here. or not annexed, they're about to be released. So there's nobody new on this list. I'm gonna just do this. And we're going to, I guess we're not gonna core that yet. So how much overextension do I have right now? 52%. Okay, we just won the Siege of Gelray. Pop over here. So we just had our truce expire with Spain. On that. So let's take a look here. Who is Brabant allied to? The Papal State, Tuscany, and so Tuscany does not give a crap about my aggressive expansion right now. I'm gonna move over here. Move these guys here. Hamburgian separatists unfortunately just spawned. So we're gonna have to deal with those. Call for pieces up to 0.12 per month. On the plus side, because of this fortress here, we don't have to worry too much about. So we're currently at negative 28% here, and if we can take this down, we can make the choice between annexing and vassalizing them. So we've got a wall breach here. Supply shortage. So let's take a look at what things look like with the Ottomans. The Ottomans don't have any aggressive expansion with us right now. So it looks like it's only the Germanic states that are caring about this. So we should +0.7. Do we want? Because we're not going to be able to get this. Yeah, I think we have to go for the full annexation here. If we go for this full annexation, we take control of Holland, which gives us a pretty massive upgrade here. It occurs to me that doing this gives me how much overextension does this cause? 28%. And actually, if I take territory from Brandenburg down here, this territory I can give to Lübeck. to prevent ourselves from going over extension. Okay, unfortunately, we have peasant rebels who just showed up and interfered with our siege. So Friesland is 66 power in the node right now. Tricht is only 27. Cannot wait to get these. Defender's Desert. So the Palatinate is getting really big, but one of the nice things here is that because we just won the Siege of Holland. Good. So by winning the Siege of Holland, we have the choice between vassalizing them and annexing them. So if we annex them outright, costs us 195 of this, we get a massive amount of aggressive expansion, and that instantaneously brings Spain into the coalition. If we do this, Spain is still going to be dragged into the coalition by 1 point. We don't currently have... Can we afford to wait? So if I were to do this instead, I get more aggressive expansion for some reason. But it doesn't cost any diplomatic power. So Spain joining this coalition would be a really big problem. But what's the trade power here? 3 and 2.8. Trade power here is 44. That's the supply limit, not the trade power. Alright, so if I want, I could piece these guys out, and instead of taking them out entirely, I can just take Holland, and that gives me control of that one province. Unfortunately, this is still enough. I could also release Holland. They release Holland. I could conceivably vassalize Holland. I don't know how my relations with Holland would be. We have enough here that we could. No, not because we're in no war together, so we can't do this quite yet. So I could do this, which isn't great. And I don't think I want to. I think I want to take Holland no matter what. So... Oh, right. No, I don't need to in order to have the imperialism casusfully. Imperialism is really useful because it means that I can always go after whoever I want. I think I'm gonna release Holland. No, I'm not. That's silly. So if I were to do this... Aha! So from this screen, I can take Holland without incurring the wrath of Spain. So what else do I want? So if I take Lüneburg, it looks like I can only take this one province. If I do this, I could do war reparations. My goal here is sort of just to increase the length of the peace treaty with the remaining folks here. So Poland is already in the coalition. So we're just taking Holland, I guess. Alright, let's send this demand in. Alright, so... we've taken control of Holland. We can move these guys back over here. And we cannot move these guys over here, so... these guys are going to start protecting trade in the English Channel. These guys start moving to Hamburg. Okay, So that worked okay. So the next wars we're going to be fighting, we're going to be using imperialism, casus belli from now on. We have no reason to. We don't have any reason to go after people with holy wars anymore. Holy wars just aren't as good. As imperialism. So now that we have imperialism, we need to consider who we would want to go after with it. I do want to get... They're allied with Portugal again. Could I... Nope. Wait, Portugal is a great power? Huh. Interesting. So Portugal's a great power now. And we can go ahead and put these guys down here. This is 53,000 troops. And we can wipe out our separatists now. Okay, so here's the question. Holland can be given to an estate eventually. So do we have any other... Okay, so we are done. What the hell? Maine. So that is a lot. I can't boost my unrest right now. Or not boost my unrest, boost my... That is... So Pontal is a big problem. And we now have the ability to state a lot more territory, so that's good. But that would be a very big uprising there. So this is Pontal. So it has a bunch of separatism because I took it from the Castilians. And this is where the predominant problem is coming from. So I'm getting, instead of what it should be, it's giving us this. These particularists. So I'm gonna wait until the 1st. And this is still at 90%, so we don't have to worry about it yet. Okay. Now, we've done 7th. So basically, I'm just going to use harsh treatment if this hits 100%, and I'm going to use I'm going to use it before they actually trigger. Whoa! Okay, so that changed everything. They're now down to 49. And they spawned instantly, which was kind of surprising. Usually they give a couple days, but that's fine. We'll just deal with the particulars. Let's see. We're going to... I guess we just need to grab 30,000. Pop these guys into Granada. Okay, so no mission selected. Conquer White Karelia. What is this? Well, that's an interesting mission. So, this is Savoy's opinion of Aldrea. Savoy should be reasonably easy to get our opinion up with, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're already allied to them. So we're just going to start improving our relations here. And that should go up pretty fast. Okay, we can start improving our relations with Jen again. We're getting close to the point where we'll be able to annex them. Slowly but surely. So, I guess now is the time to take a look how things are going with Russia. So the Ottomans are currently the biggest military threat in the world. I don't know how the Blades Particularists are going to move. Okay, so we've done our first major incursion into Germany here. I'm going to move these guys down to here. These guys do not have a leader, so it should be reasonably easy to deal with them. Portuguese Mexico is asking for military access. And we should be able to get the next... I can lose some Diplo power. So Brabant has just insulted us. I don't like that. We're almost done getting the 5% bonus. I keep this guy. We just got some military power. We now have quite a decent amount of unrest in a lot of different places. And can we... Yes. So we can turn this into a state. Go ahead and just give it to the nobles. They're the ones who are complaining, right? That'll give me a pretty massive increase to the amount of manpower that I get out of this province. Okay, so we now have an army to go take those guys out. Finish this conversion. And let's take a look here. How are we handling? So our truce with Frankfurt is over. Frankfurt joined the coalition. Oh, excuse me. So our finances are looking good. We're up to 300 income now. And we're still at only 51% of the trade power in this node. We're going to need to get into a war with Brabant eventually. But that's going to require that we pick a fight with the coalition. So the coalition currently contains England, Brunswick, it's pretty major right now. So if I were to declare war on them, I can't call my allies into war for right now. Okay. Gonna increase the trust of Savoy. The higher our trust with Savoy is, the more likely they are to join wars with us. So let's see. We can now pick up our +5 discipline. Which is always good. And what are we gonna do now? So unfortunately my diplomatic reputation is low enough that I'm going to have a difficult time getting people to join my wars. I can probably get people to join my wars. I can get Savoy to join if I go after Spain again. I don't want to go after Spain quite yet though. I'm not really ready to fight the Spaniards. Interestingly enough, I can almost get from Eastern to Western Europe with my current setup. Alright, so the next time we go against Spain, we're going to be completely unable to prevent them from going into a coalition against us again. We're going to be taking enough territory that they're definitely going to be ready for coalitions for the rest of the game. So the question becomes, what is the best way to weaken Spain? And I think the best way might be I'm really surprised that all these people can still set me in survival. I guess it's just because of their military and their naval power. So conquer Dukala. So Russia is currently at war with... That's a relatively massive alliance. Let's take a look at Russia. Russia's got 153,000 troops. They don't have any mercenaries right now. They have a pretty large army just chilling over there. And Russia hasn't started colonizing anything. See any colonies? I mean, they colonized to the east. So what is this war about? Oh, they're attacking this like one province minor thing down here that Brittany was allied with. I forgot about that completely. So the next thing that I want to do is what? Collecting 102 here. Let's take a look at my inflation is substantial. Okay. So we've got this 34,000 troop army right here. Just waiting for me to go in on Portugal. So Bohemia's having shrubs right now. So if I did declare war on somebody who's in the coalition, like Morocco, for instance, it would not call Bohemia in. So if I do this, we're only pulling relatively minor powers in here. One of which is Brabant. So I think I'm going to wait until I can get Savoy to join in here. My diplomatic reputation problem is substantial right now. So am I overextended right now? I am 36% overextended, so... Once I finish getting rid of my overextension, I might be able to take out this coalition. Because if I can fight the coalition, before more people start joining it, I can conceivably just take this territory from Brabant. So for instance, take this coastal center of trade, but mostly just weaken Brabant as much as possible so that they don't have the ability to fund that kind of a navy anymore, and start taking control of this province again. So our truce with Bavaria is over, which means Bavaria is probably going to join the coalition. But Bavaria is pretty small. We have faith in them. So how close are we to coring our ship? Very close. The Bavarians joined the coalition. We're almost done. So on the 20th, we should finish here. There we go. So our overextension is down. And we can now declare war on these guys. So, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do this until the effect wears off, or we get something that gives me +1 diplomatic rep. Unless we can find someone else that's in the coalition that Savoy dislikes more. So, Switzerland a member of the Empire? Yes. We don't want to go after a member of the Empire, though. I guess if we do, it's not that big a deal. We just want to make sure that whatever member of the Empire that we go after truce with Bohemia. Do we have a truce with Hesse? Yes. So we have a truce with Hesse until next year. How long does this truce last? I said yes, next year, but I meant next month. And next year, this truce will wear off. They're definitely going to join the coalition once they can. So, let's do Kala. Ah, it's down here. We do not have a truce with the Palatinate. And if we do declare this war, Bohemia will not join. And we can call both of our allies into this war because they both dislike the Palatinate. So we could call Savoy and Austria in. Bohemia will not get involved. And we basically end up with the ability to just blow through here, hopefully take Brabant's territory over the course of this war. And our enemies will not be able to consolidate against us. The Gen force here can actually, on its own, deal with my enemies in this region. Do we have anybody else that we would need to worry about joining this war? I don't believe so. So Trier and Friesland, which means that Friesland would be called into the war. Ho ho ho! So we could actually take this territory from Friesland if we wanted. This might be a good call. I think that just Savoy and Austria is enough to fight the Palatinate, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. So take capital of Heidelberg is the war goal, and we're going to have to fight Morocco and these guys, but that's not terribly difficult because of Jen being here. And anybody else that is in on this? I guess England's in on it, but they're not really that relevant. And we need, because we could, it would be handy to bring these troops down south up to the north. How much does this cost? The total war score cost of Frisia is actually 32%, so we could conceivably just annex them outright. We don't need to take any territory from the Palatinate itself. Our goal is to take the territory from Brabant instead. And once we take control of this Brabant territory, we should be good to go. Total war score for all of Brabant is 107%, so we should be able to just take a bunch of this territory. Yahoo! I think we're ready to declare. Bohemia is going to decline this. And since Bohemia is going to decline the call, that's interesting. Okay, we now have 40,000 troops here that we want to tie together with our other troops ASAP. This army will get up there eventually. Oh god, there's... Alright, so let's take a look at our diplomatic map here. We are currently at war with, like, all... this whole region. Getting Poland pieced out would be good for us. Oh, we can't piece them out because they're in the coalition. Let's see. We're going to have... I'm going to enact this. This gives us 10% siege as well as 5% morale. I should have had it the last time, but I didn't. So we're now going to move into Friesland. Okay, so we can pause this. Let's take a look at the size of... Okay, so the relative sizes of these competing armies is very, very far in our favor. Truce with Bohemia has ended. So Bavaria is part of the coalition, so we can't piece them out. So the French are wiping out the Brabant army over here. Okay, Savoy doesn't have any claims over here, so I don't think they're going to... cause problems for me. Okay, so we just won the Battle of Yao. Oh, that's convenient. So, these guys made the silly decision to get military access from Spain, which means that I have military access through Spain. Mistakes were made. So, this army here... just pop over here. Okay, it looks like the French... I have some slight issues over here. So, the first goal of this war is to annex Friesland. They're one of the only people that we can actually piece out of the war individually. We just won the siege here. These guys down here. Go. And the hope here is that we can just start sieging our way through all their provinces, and that our allies will siege around the other side, resulting ultimately in the total annexation of our enemies. Okay, so we're at 1% war score right now. I'm hoping that the Austrians don't let these guys just take their capital for free. That's not their capital. I'm still hoping that they don't let them just take it for free. Just won the siege of Yao. And we're just going to chill here in Gelre. We want to annex Friesland if possible. And this will currently bring Spain into the war, or into the coalition, but it won't after another year has passed. So we can... so we'll be able to do that without causing problems for us. So these guys are toast. You can leave one guy behind. Send the rest through here. So the Gen troops are where? Okay, they're sieging down Moroccan territory. We're going to move these guys up to here. These guys are going to start sieging my fortress is down, unfortunately, but should be okay. Now, rather than morale of armies, I'd rather have a discipline guide, but unfortunately, the guide that we had available is now dead, so can't do that. So, heretics, or heathens, or whatever they were, have been converted. And we have a couple of random troops chilling here. We're gonna move everybody over here. Alright, so we just lost the siege of Hamburg and Lübeck. Just won the siege of Gelre. So winning the siege of Gelre means that Friesland is probably annexable, and they are. So here's the question. Okay, we need to wait until next month to do this. But now we can start moving into Brabant. Okay, there we go. So we can now annex these guys. You can see that Spain is not on the list. And they are gone. So it took 2 wars, but we did manage to take control of that province. Son of a bitch. That's the problem with everybody setting you as a rival. So, was that Ulm joining a coalition against us? That's interesting. So, a separate coalition is forming right now. I wonder what that's about. Alright, so a separate coalition has just started forming. And we can deal with the Mali without too much trouble, I believe. And once we're done in Africa, we can start sending our troops north through France. Because all we need to do right now is successfully siege down province after province. So we just lost that person. And we don't need, I don't think, a massive amount of military power anymore. We're going to go ahead and take the maintenance modifier reduction. So we have these Brazilian separatists who spawned. We're going to go ahead and recruit another general. Holy shit! I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, we're going to put this crappy guy in charge here. And we're going to put... I guess we don't have... Okay, this army is just going to start the long-ass trek to the north. And once we get those 60 grand up here... So Austria and Savoy both have very high war enthusiasm right now. And considering how this war is going, I don't anticipate that changing. So we should be able... to get control here. Let's take a look here. So our income is now 314. So the goal of this war... The war goal is to take as much off of Brabant as humanly possible. We don't actually want to take anything off of the Palatinate itself. The Palatinate can die in a fire for all I care. It's not relevant. But as you look around the map, we're kind of just winning all of the fights that are happening. And overall, our forces are starting to just siege down all of the enemy provinces. So the war score is not currently looking great, but that's because we're getting ticking war score working against us until we get Heidelberg. So Heidelberg is where? So we just lost a siege up north. No big deal. Alright, so these guys are going to pop down into Mali. So Liege has occupied Trondelag. Okay, so the Mali army is dealt with. And here we go. So we just lost the siege of Kolding. So we're going to split this fleet off, have them protect trade in the English Channel, while the rest of the fleet chills here because I do think that it's important to protect our holdings there. So we just won the siege of Antwerpen. Can go take over Brabant's capital now. It's already at 14%, which is convenient. Okay, so the English troops are heading where? Looks like they're heading down to ECAP. Just gonna send my army over there. We unfortunately lost a ship there. So we just won the siege of Wolof. That pops the Mali off the table completely. And these guys have an army. Okay, so once Jen finishes up here, they can probably go back down and deal with the guys in the south as well. So we're not going to worry about them anymore. So Iowa just got just finished at the same time that the English occupied it. Okay, so the Enlightenment has just popped. So, there we go. We just won the siege of Brabant. Gonna head over here. Leave one guy here. Okay, so we have 120 years to finish one war with Cha-ching. So we now have 666 leader. These guys are going to go in there. So Also, this is horseshit. These guys are considered to be co-belligerents, but they're also not considered to be co-belligerents. So taking their territories takes twice as much to do, apparently. So we can weaken these guys during this war, but we can't actually. I really do not like coalition mechanics. Okay, so I think our goal is just going to be to take this point here. We can take Antwerpen. And luckily, we don't have to worry about separatists because our separatists are going to get blown apart by our enemies. So let's take a look at this area. So if we were going to take territory here, we wouldn't want to take this at all. So Spain is willing to join a coalition off of this. Presumably because, despite being set as a co-belligerent, they're really not a co-belligerent. Just won that siege. We won a siege, I think. Okay, so our goal here if I take just Antwerpen on its own, which one is Nuremberg? So the question is whether I want to keep this war going. The advantage of keeping this war going is that it basically... Well, there's a couple of advantages. The first is that I could conceivably take a bunch of Palatinate territory. This territory of Breda is actually part... So if I waited until January, I could do this without risking Spain joining the coalition. And who is my other coalition against right now? I guess I can't look at the other coalition. I can only look at the one. So Alternatively, and this is probably what I should do, I'm going to run these guys over here so that we can wipe out the Brabant Navy. And without their navy, Brabant won't be able to do much. They won't have nearly as much control over this region if I take out part of their fleet. So let's try this. And by part, I mean hopefully all of it. Their trade fleet is just chilling here. And unfortunately, if I come in, then the French Navy leaves. But the French Navy I don't think is as potent for dealing damage here. So, do we manage to wipe out any ships? We're gonna lose some ships. 123 ships here now. Wow. Our navy is really out of date. I don't actually mind losing ships here. It just doesn't really matter to me much. Okay, so we took out about half of their navy there. And it's now February, so doing this will not incur the wrath of Spain. I guess if I wanted, I could give some territory during this peace to Austria. So both Austria and Savoy will have added favors from this. So let's go ahead and do this. This shrinks the Palatinate. It just increases the overall potency of our allies while simultaneously giving us increased trust with them. Okay, so we now have control of yet more territory over here. So we can go ahead and make this into a state. Core everything over here. Can give this to the Merchant Guild. Trade power here should be more than 40 now. Alright, so we've taken another little bite out of here. So there's 72 trade in this node now, and we're collecting 104. I'm not sure why there's only 72 trade here. But by taking over the coastal center of trade here, as well as taking their fleet out of the situation, we can hopefully get this all over with. So we've converted the heretics or heathens or whoever of Rio Grande, and the next war is going to have to be whoa. We have 104 coming in from trade this month. Not too shabby. And we have the ability to get this army to walk back down south and start doing autonomous rebel suppression. And this army can go north and do the same thing. Alright, so who is in the coalition now? Because there's still a coalition against us. The coalition consists of the Teutonic Order, Bohemia, Hesse, and Ulm. Interesting. Hesse is allied with Spain. Oh, they aren't. Who's allied with Spain? Is Bohemia still the... Oh! Gotcha. They're Catholic, right? Yeah, okay, so this is a Catholic nation. So they're allied with Bohemia, Brunswick, and Ulm. So if I were to declare war directly on Bohemia, I could actually offer territory to Austria. If I declared this war, I could conceivably just feed a bunch of Bohemia to Austria and eat the rest myself. How much? 119%. And can Austria win the war on their own? I mean, they wouldn't have to. I have troops around here somewhere. So I have 70,000 troops here. We'd end up at war with Hesse. Is Hesse in the coalition? Yes. So since Hesse is in the coalition, their alliance with these guys doesn't matter. Take a look here. So they still have a full set of electors. They have 21 princes. Let's see. Alternatively, I could just ignore them and go after Spain again. To start taking... Ooh, I can promise territory to them. I don't think I want to promise them territory, though. I think I'm going to wait on declaring the next war with Spain until I can call in my allies easily. So we need to send a settler out. Let's take a look. I'm actually going to send a settler over here. And we have a pretty decent amount of excess here. Okay, that is a lot of separatists. There we go, colonists. So we're gonna recall this guy and send him over here, I guess. So we'll have at least a +1 going on there. So the war against Russia, I don't think is that relevant. I think that we'll be... By the time we actually go ahead and do that, we should be able to comfortably wipe them out. We're not really in a rush. We have another 100 years. And I don't... Okay, these guys actually can't get all the way to Africa, they can just get to Sevilla. And I think that's what I want to send all of them to do. Maybe not quite all. We're going to send this 30,000 troop army down there. And we're going to leave 46,000 troops up here to deal with the rebels. These guys are going to pop down to Granada. And we're going to start going after Spain again. So we have some separatists here. Okay, so let's start converting again. Okay, so Russia, what idea groups do you have right now? So they have influence as their newest idea group, so they have quantity and offensive. Do I want to go after them? They have a lot of manpower. So we can repay that loan. We now only have 2 loans left. Yahoo. And I guess we're doing okay for now. We actually have more colonization that needs to get done than I would have anticipated. We're gonna have to speed things up in this last 100 years, I guess. Okay, so over here we need state all the places that we can. So we're about to get light cavalry. Just gonna move these guys to Orin. I don't know what's up with this, but it's gonna go down here and keep these guys protecting trade in the English Channel. So we're collecting 121 in the English Channel now. That is a lot of money. Our total income is up to 329. So we're doing pretty good there. And I need to, I'd say, start running at least 4 concurrent colonies at a time. So St. Petersburg is right here. They still only have a level 1 fort here. If I can just put like 150,000 troops here, I can get the Russian side of things done. This army down here doesn't seem to be really doing a lot. So Spain has sabotaged their diplomatic reputation. Alright, so we're back up to a plus 20% modifier from that. Let's take a look at how... 330 total income. So where is... I do not have an army down here yet. Shit. You guys need to get back down here. If we wanted, we could demand the military support to get this instantly. There's 20 loyalty though. Alright, so we're going to give this to the nobility. 125 ducats income. Okay, so it actually won't take too much for us to be able to finish up that achievement. So we should be in a good position to finish up all of our achievements here, I think. So we have Swedish separatists showing up for some reason. .1 in a million places. So I'm going to boost my stability. That eliminates them. So we now have a bunch of places here that we can just increase the autonomy. There we go. Should finish them off. So Kebi. Where did my these guys? Okay, they're not here yet. So we can appoint new diplomats, and we need to get a war declared against Portugal and Spain, with the two of them as co-belligerents. So we can call Savoyan, but not quite yet. So Lithuania. So we're going to be declaring the war on Spain, and we're going to be using Portugal as co-belligerents. But I do think that we're going to do this war against Russia first. The war against Russia won't really involve increasing our aggressive expansion very much. We'll just pop in there, take whatever we can take safely, and then we're done with Russia forever. We never need to worry about Russia. That Russian territory, we don't... If we were going for a world conquest, we are way behind. So we aren't going for a world conquest. Let's take a look at our development. Yeah, we haven't really improved our development by much in quite a while. So we're not doing that. But we should be able to do some good work at least. And we can hire some more mercs. I'm going to build Merc Madness, build 2 of these, as well as support. So that should give me a substantial increase to my frontline force, as well as the proper support for it. So this army is going to swim up north. And once we have 150,000 troops up there, that should be sufficient to go after Russia without too much trouble. They're not currently at war. And we're just going to take their capital, and we'll take their capital. We might actually just take their capital very quickly and then immediately peace out for this one province up here. The goal there is just to get the For Odin achievement. It's not to get too much productivity done. Because, like, we could, for instance, take some control of the Baltic Sea here. But I don't see really much reason to. Our financial situation is looking good for now. We can take the light cavalry. This allows us to get new infantry. And we want to not focus on morale because morale is no longer a major issue. We want to focus on fire damage. So the goal here is to do as much damage as we can within the context of the fire phase as humanly possible. And we have this, which is actually okay. Ooh, we can pass the Abolishment of Slavery Act if we want. So once our overextension goes down, we can do that. But we don't want to do that until we're going to... Oh my god, we are way behind in military tech. I just realized this. So that explains why we're having so much trouble. There were probably people that were 2 tech levels above us. So how many wars would it take to annex Russia? 6. Okay, so we've got this army here that is currently in charge of other stuff. And we have this army here that, for whatever reason, appears to be just going one at a time. What the hell, people? I have an entire fleet of ships that are sitting right there. Those guys are just too busy getting in the goddamn single boat. Okay, so we have 17,000 troops here. It would be great if I could get someone who gives... Okay, we're going to take the National Manfire Mountain Fighter first. Because we actually do need military power right now. And we are going to swap to military power as our focus. Because we're currently getting pretty low on Republican tradition. So that will allow us to... There we go. So we're going to pass the Abolishment of Slavery Act, and this is going to give us a reduction to our national tax modifier, but increase our stability cost modifier, or reduce our stability cost modifier. In addition, it's just the right thing to do. I mean, come on. Also, that replaces every slave province that you have with something else. And generally speaking, the things that you will be replacing it with are better than slaves. It turns out that slaves are not really great. That's why historically we got rid of them. They're just not very useful. Basically, if you have a slave-based economy, your economy can only do things that don't require educated, high-quality laborers. And it turns out that any economy that's based off of uneducated, low-quality labor gets its ass kicked by an economy that's based off of high-end labor. So, exploiting people is just not an economically feasible endgame. It just isn't. It's one of the nice things that I've seen in my experience and the way that I've seen history play out so far is that it turns out that generally speaking, liberalism is the optimal. The more inclusive your society is, the better your society is able to handle difficulty and just generally get shit done. So we've got some good stuff coming here. So once we've got our troops up here, that's when we're just going to declare war. We'll go in against Russia here. It shouldn't be too difficult to beat the Russian army. They have offensive, but they don't have something like quality, or I don't think they even have any national ideas that give them discipline or anything militarily useful. All they get is more troops. And since they don't have more troops than I do, it doesn't matter that they have more troops. The more troops is still less troops. So we've got 60, 100, about 135,000 troops here, 134,000. So how many troops does Russia have? Russia has 153,000 total. So I would like to get somebody over here. It should probably be these guys who are completely wasting time here. So where is the fleet? Popping over here. Let's pick up these guys, I guess. Yeah, okay, I already sent this army out. So we'll just let them do their business for now. So Hess has left the coalition. And what do we want to do now? These guys are at war again. They're at war with Spain. So what war is that? So they're attacking Poland. This should be interesting. So with Russia attacking Poland, they're probably going to defend their homeland first. And it looks like they didn't even call their ally into this. But if I have 150,000 troops over here, I shouldn't have any difficulty. That's my hope. Britain, Canada has insulted us. I'm pretty sure that wasn't deliberate. But if it was, I shall crush them like the bugs that they are. I think that it's time to go in here. I don't think that we need to worry too much. So we're going to go with the imperialism casus belli. So send this guy into St. Petersburg. send these guys into Novgorod. Okay, we're going to dock all of our fleets. We're actually going to just set these guys to... go home to war. Okay, so conquer Leipzig. I think we're just gonna leave these guys here for move them out. And I am going to recruit another general. And he's trash, but that's okay. So he breached the walls here. And literally the only thing that we care about here is taking Kola. So... looks like... what the fuck are you doing? Get the hell out of there. Okay, where is the other fleet? I forgot about those guys. Also, I need to start speeding things up here. Recall. Mm-hmm. 52 fort maintenance right now. What was I doing? Do not even remember. Ah, yes, I was looking for my fleet. Okay, so we can give a gift and do the other thing for a plus 100. So we're going to go ahead, or not plus 100, plus 50. Plus 50 is enough to get ourselves to where we need to be, but I'm going to start improving my relations anyway because we're at war. So I want to keep my relations high enough. So just gained a claim on that. Convert Antwerpen. And we're gonna maintain our super highly qualified leader. So shortly we will have St. Petersburg. So I'm just going to leave these guys here for now. And these guys... these guys to Novgorod. I'm concerned about the fact that I can't go to them and they can come to me. Okay, so we're at 0 for Novgorod. Bohemia just left the coalition. That's nice. We're at 71% here. We're taking forever and a day to finish up here. Seems like suicide. Why are they sending I mean, I'm sure they have more troops near here, but these guys up here have walked in to attack me in St. Petersburg. But I actually just finished the siege here. We have Benjamin Cass in charge. We're going to be on defense. We only have 15,000. Where? It's... Ah, they're going south. So we just won the siege of Novgorod. Pop these guys over here. And there we go. So we're up to 11% war score. That is enough that we can make demands. Unfortunately, we need to take a little bit more, or just spend a little bit more time before they'll be willing to peace out. So these guys are charging me in St. Petersburg again. Oh, never mind. They're charging nobody in St. Petersburg because I didn't leave anybody there. I'll just send these guys to go wipe out that army. It won't give me much war score, but it's fine. Okay, so we're just going to keep moving our troops forward. We should probably have Benjamin in charge of the army that's on the front. And if I don't have to fight Russia, or if I don't have to fight Russia's army at all, then more the better for me. So the Teutonic Order has left the coalition. Yeah, we're just gonna chill here. And once we do this, we will have that done. We have 40 aggressive expansion with Spain, and how much with Portugal? 25. So nothing too substantial there. So that would require going after Bohemia. I don't think we need to go after Bohemia right now. And we're going to start annexing Gen soon. And we're almost ready to peace out with Russia. Our vassal over here is just going to keep things moving the right direction. And over here, we're going to continuously fail to get things going where we want them. And they're currently technically winning their war against Poland, but not by a lot. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. So these guys... just gonna chill. And the ticking war score is just gonna keep moving in our favor. And our vassal is just gonna keep taking province after province from Russia. So the war score is just gonna keep moving. in the correct direction while we keep our troops in the safest locations. And because these coalitions keep disappearing... Ooh, I like that. Is this guy in charge? So our truces have expired with multiple parties. So let's take a look. Perfect. So after we finish this, we'll be able to declare war on Spain. We have enough favors already. The Lubecian noble rebels. And we're one province away from being able to move our troops through to Spain on foot, which is pretty cool. So I don't know where the Russian army's going, but I'm content to just sit here until I can peace out with just this one thing. Again, Russia is not really my rival or a meaningful enemy to me. It's not someone that I care about. So, and there we go. So we can piece these guys out. We get our one province, which was all that we need. And we are going to go ahead and core this. And once we core it, we can start converting it. So we're going to send these guys down to Spain. I'm not going to go that way. Okay, so we're going to send those guys there. No! Damn it. I didn't notice that. So these guys are actually going through my territory to get there, which is unacceptable. Okay, their pathway is straight south, 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 south. Okay, so who are the guys that are going to... Yeah, we don't want them going this way. Okay. So once our troops arrive down here, we can go after Spain proper. And Spain is currently at war with Russia, which is great because their troops are, first of all, going to be completely out of position. So that's great for us. But in addition to their troops being out of position... when their troops start coming back, they're actually going to have to come through Savoy and Austria, though Austria isn't going to join us. Like, they're not going to get involved in this. But we should be able to get for Odin now. All we have to do is convert that province that we just took, and I probably should have checked to make sure that None of this other stuff was part of there, but I did it before, so there you go. So now Scandinavia is 100% ours, and we can get the 4 Odin achievement. And now that we've got those achievements, we just need to worry about Ideas Guy, and then finishing up the colonization game that we started oh so long ago. So we've got another colony going. We're going to go ahead and recall this person and send them here. I just want to keep as many colonies going as possible from now on, because we don't have to do any more major wars. We have to fight against Spain here, but us versus Spain is actually not as meaningful a war as you'd expect it to be, because of the fact that, oh shit, I guess I need to send this army to go deal with my separatist problems. Whoopsie doopsie. I didn't even notice those guys were around. And we can colonize Kamana as our next mission. So we need to... Oh right, we have this stuff court now, right? So this whole region, I believe... Okay, we can now put the... Britain, Louisiana, so... The war against Brittany is going to be an interesting one, because they're such a minor power that it's going to be very easy for me to just walk in and basically just annex them. But... at the same time, they have so many colonial territories. So, what we're basically going to be doing is we're going to need to siege down a single fortress in each of these regions, and then go after their thingamabobber. Well, I'd say and then. Let's see. Okay, we can... Okay, this army needs to move. They're in a bad spot right now. Okay. So, merchant guilds are complaining about not having enough territory. I should be able to fix that. There we go. And that also has the added bonus of giving me a little bit more percentage here, which is good. Alright, so how many troops does Spain have? Spain has 179,000 troops. It's a big army. But it's a big army that's currently engaged against Russia on the other side of France and Savoy. Life is good. Alright, so can we declare this war yet? So Savoy will come in here. We can take the imperialism casus belli. We can set Portugal as a co-belligerent. We can call Savoy in, and we cannot call Austria in, but that's fine. Is 100,000 troops sitting here sufficient? Because we're not going to get more. That's an important thing to remember. We're going to wait until this army has been moved. So, Spain. has 0 manpower. 93 mercenaries right now. So if we can start taking their heartland, they will very quickly run into just massive problems. In addition, they actually have 30,000 troops just chilling here in Africa. So, depending on what they do with them, they might actually move them straight up to my troops. So I guess our goal here is to get as many troops here in Sevilla as possible. Move these guys down here. Okay, my goal is to do what? So we're going to call Portugal into the war as a co-belligerent. Is my fleet where they need to be yet? No, not quite yet. Alright, I'm going to just make the assumption that those guys are going to be able to get there. Do I want to declare this war at this particular second? I think... admin power is way better than 50 prestige. Or 20 prestige or whatever it was. Wow! Okay, so that's... a pretty damn big army. I think we can take them. They don't have a leader, so... let's put this guy in charge. We could do covered way. Might as well. And do I have access to a discipline person? I do not. I do have access to a morale person, so we're going to go ahead and take this person for now. My hope is that these guys actually help me. And they're not, but that's okay. So, I'm an idiot who forgot... oh, I guess it doesn't matter. I apparently have a core of theirs. So, a plus 50 here is not quite enough. A plus 56, which is what I can do, isn't enough either, so we're not going to be... oh, God. Okay, so this person died mid-fight, and that sucks, because that was my best leader. And he had 6 fire, which is crazy good. I think it's time to declare. Okay, Portugal is a co-belligerent, and taking the capital is our war goal. Taking the capital should be reasonably simple. Okay, there we go. So these guys can move into Beja. Shouldn't be needed for this fight. These guys are autonomous. Can these guys move down here now? No. Okay, so we need to move these guys into a place that has a better supply limit. Over here. There we go. So we just took out a massive portion of the Portuguese army. Okay, so they have 30,000 troops here. I kind of know for a fact that they don't have that many troops around here. Because of the fact that they're all in Russia. So we catch this army with 80,000 troops and melt them into dust. So we lose 4,000 troops, take out something like 15,000, was it? And we're moving these guys into Evora, and we need to start working on our territories over here. So these guys are gonna go take out this fort. They are not going to take out this fort. They're actually going to leave some folks behind. And I should have left more there, but that's fine. And we can now start chasing after the rest of them. Alright, so can now move these guys down to Beja. And Spain now does have a pretty decent number of troops chilling over here. These guys are going too far away. Let's move them back. Alright, so the goal here is to just take down Lisboa as fast as we can. I don't think we need to spend quite that much on... Oh shit, we're almost capped out on admin power. I can't colonize Kumano right now because that's going to be put at risk during this war. So we're just going to send these guys over here. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Just be lazy. So you can see that we're now not... Oh, hello, I forgot about this. Yes, so this army over here can go after the Portuguese army that's here, and then go straight down to here. There we go. Oh! Oh, wow. So we just won the Siege of Pipley. Now move down to take control of this province. And the Spaniards have just lost a pretty major battle there. Let's take a look. Spain sitting on 133,000 troops now. 103 mercenaries. So the majority of their army is actually mercs now. They do have more troops than we do. Which is a little crazy, actually. To think that Portugal and Spain have more troops than us, but some of that is just the troops that these guys have down here. Now, it is unfortunate that we don't have a colonial nation. I do think that if I was going to do this again, I would almost definitely change up my strategy to take out the colonizers earlier. Not take out the colonizers, but basically to vassalize them and thus get them working for me. So Portugal has a pretty big army here. And we have to deal with the Castilian army as well. So the question here becomes, do we want to just... And yes. I'm just going to fully carpet siege Portugal for right now. So we're just going to try and wipe out these two baby armies here. Okay, so we wiped out that army. We just won the siege of Managua. Any other places to siege down here? Well, one fort here. So if I try to peace out with Portugal... First of all, what's our war score with them right now? 26%, so substantial, but not that huge. So if we take all of this, and all of Portuguese Mexico, Portugal. I don't think Portugal has any other colonies that I would want to take. So this is a 35 war score victory. In addition, it's going to take 477 diplomatic power. But that gives us pretty solid control of the Mexico region. In addition, it cuts off all of this, what's the word? All of the little tiny armies from going straight to our capital provinces, which is a nice convenience. So we've got... These guys are going to Lisboa. We're just going to go to Evora. And if they're just going to chill in Lisboa, we might want to go after them. So let's take a look here. Oh, right. I might not be able to do that because I don't control a fort over in this region. So we're going to win this, and then we're going to send these guys back across to find... Oh, do they even have any forts here? I guess they probably don't. Portuguese Mexico, I think, has its fort. Let's take a look at Portugal. Yeah, that's not one of the things here. So all we need is to get our war score up a little bit and weaken their military in order to get this resolved. So, I can do that. Okay, so we now have this army here, and we have about 100,000 troops available to go against these guys, which is sufficient that they are trying to pull away. Alright, so this army, for whatever reason, seems to be trying to charge straight at us. Okay, so... So our goal now... We can't sue for peace with Portuguese Mexico. I'm trying to do that. Though I guess I could actually peace out with them for less, if I wanted. I don't think there's really a lot of reason to do that, though. I think that we've got a sufficiently large army here that there's very little risk. Ooh. So that is good, but it doesn't really impact much, I don't think. So Portugal is now going to be fighting that army. We're going to move this army over here and take this guy out. We're not going to be able to take this siege. There's no way we're finishing that siege before the war is over with Portugal. So we're going to start sending this army the other direction. So let's take a look here. 58 out of 93. So we have a fort here to deal with. I'm gonna move these guys into here. Just 93,000 Spanish troops there. And Savoy has taken this province up here, which means that we're going to be... Alright, well, we're just gonna pop these guys over here. Okay, so we're currently 7 years ahead of time militarily. Artillery fire +2 is coming up, so that's going to be a really big deal. And let's take a look at Portugal. Problem is, it takes a while to accumulate war exhaustion, even if you hold their capital under your thumb. I don't know where this army's gonna go. Another level 8 fort. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna move these guys back over here. So Hesse has entered a military coalition against us. Guys, you don't have any allies. Like, there's no other troops that are near enough to justify that. not the best investment of troops and energy. So Sylvester here. Just gonna keep popping back and forth, I guess. Alright, so the Portuguese are currently sieging there. And so it would certainly be convenient to be able to take all of this, but I could also try taking less. Portuguese Mexico is not great to take. And if we do this, are they just charging? Alright, I'm actually going to move these guys down here. Take out this army. So we should be able to start dealing some damage over here. So I need to get these guys to this. Send these guys to La Mancha. It's tempting to go in here, but it's not a good idea. So we just lost the siege of Tlemcen. Where's my dude? There we go. So I'm just going to keep doing that stuff up there. Hopefully they'll leave me alone there. These are going to Iran. So they have 80,000 troops going toward Africa, which is interesting because the entire war is going to take place in Europe. There's really nothing they can do down in Africa that's terribly meaningful. Send these guys down to siege this fort. So the hope here is that we can take down Toledo. Madrid doesn't have a proper... Whoa, that was fast. So once we get Madrid, the ticking war score will start working in our favor instead of against us. As soon as that happens, I'm in really good shape, because currently I'm getting a negative modifier to piecing out with Portugal based off of the fact that they're technically winning the war right now. The war scores is in their favor. And we just took Madrid. So they're still not willing to do this, but they're closer. Can pop these guys into Madrid. So we just lost one of our advisors. So I'm gonna hire this person for now. Okay, so Portugal is almost ready to peace out. And we have just achieved for Odin. So, starting as a Norse custom nation with no more than 200 points and a maximum of 5 provinces, own and core Scandinavia and the British Isles, and convert it. So, we've got that done. We've got Humble Origins done. And as you guys can see, again, I've heard over and over again that you need to take Greenland. You do not. You do not need to take these 2 provinces. Unfortunately, I did take this province because I accidentally sent the guy and let him get all the way there. But we don't have this province, and as you saw in the previous thing, that we were missing 1 province before we landed there. Alright, so anyway, that is that done. So we've got that off of our back. So now we have 2 achievements left that we're working on this run. The first, we need to get to 500 total income. And the next is to take complete control of the Americas. So we're going to finish up this war here and just annex our way through the Portuguese territory and a decent portion, if not all, of the Spanish territory. And then we're actually going to go after Brittany, finally. Brittany has been expanding this entire game, and the time has finally come where we do not really give a crap about we don't care about anything except taking out those powers, because if we take complete control of the Americas with our current income, I think we will manage to get up to plus 500. We might want to take economic or something like that. Look at that trade value, man. Crazy stuff. So, just won that fight in Antwerpen. Go ahead and send these guys back. And can Tuscany be pieced out? I forgot they were even in this war. Turns out that no, they cannot. A little concerned, but I needn't be because Savoy is pretty content to stay in this war. So we have air separatists over here. Portugal has started occupying territory, and holy shit, we can't let them take that back. Doesn't really make a big difference, but... Okay, so Portugal is now sitting at medium enthusiasm. And I can actually piece them out right now and take all of these provinces from them, including an extra colony that we can totes afford. So are we going to do this? How much do we have here? Because if I want to take all of this, I need how much more? We have honestly not that much more to take a large portion of this at any rate. So we can take a decent chunk out of this. And if we take this chunk and then core it, we'll be set. Alternatively, I don't think that annulling the treaty with Spain is honestly that useful. Alright, so we're out of the war with Portugal. And Portugal now has very little territory. And we can start coring everything. This guy's gonna be set to autonomous suppression. Alright, so now it's just me versus Castile. The Portuguese army is out of here. And it looks like Tuscany is doing pretty well for themselves on the east side there. Not sure how they're doing so well on the east side, but they seem to be doing fine. And these guys can actually reach Tuscany now. So I didn't notice that before. And Lithuania. They can't be pieced out of this, right? No. Ha! The noble rebels from Lubeck. It's so beautiful. Okay, so Tuscany can't be pieced out yet, but we're getting there. So Bohemia just entered a coalition against us. Teutonic Order entered a coalition against us. Let's take a look at their aggressive expansion. Alright, well, the Castile area getting local unrest is not bad for me, so... It kind of is, because it means that there's the probability of unfortunate things happening. I gave this to the nobility, even though it's a... No. Must have a province that... One of these provinces has to be manpower focused, right? It's like this is, and it's already... Hey, this is a pretty good amount of manpower. We're gonna give this to the nobility. I don't want to give Stockholm to the nobility. That's crazy. Okay, this is, I guess, occupied or something. Narc. Alright, so the nobility are no longer complaining for now. We'll see how long that lasts. Blades Particularists? Oh shit. How big was that uprising? Not very. I mean, it's a big uprising, but they're spread out so far that it's not a huge deal. Alright, so... how do we have such low war score? Okay, we can probably peace out with Tuscany now. Yep. Okay, so they're gonna pay us war reparations. Don't we have control of this? Oh, there's a fortress there. What a weird place for a fort. You know, I'm thinking, oh no, 500 gold ducats, and then I look at my actual finances and I'm like, oh, 500 ducats, I guess I should do that. So, Jaunpur and Lithuania are still highly enthusiastic about this. I don't know what I actually want to do to accumulate war score against these guys, actually. So, these guys are on rebel suppression. Because the rebels are going to cause problems otherwise. But I actually do need to go take some of their forts down south. So we're going to go into Galicia. So I guess we can just send this guy up here. God damn, man. Rough time. Where are you going to Portugal? Alright. So these guys are going to Granada. We've got our troops chilling in Perineo now. And I think once we take Perineo, we should be in reasonably good shape. So we just lost the Siege of Air. I'm gonna go ahead and recruit a general, and he's terrible. And Sevilla has been occupied by Spain. But we should be okay here. Okay, this army here is going to a weird location. I'm gonna send him here. I'm just gonna send them there and then enable autonomous because they're currently going past these guys for some reason. Supply shortage. So we now have Portuguese-Mexican separatists showing up. Just gonna have to keep playing whack-a-mole. And let's take a look. 293. So, one thing that is unfortunate, and this is probably part of the reason that I'm actually having such a difficult time here. So I could take control of California relatively easily while I'm dealing with it. What I need to do is just build an army here. These guys can do their thing. But yeah, the reason that we don't have very much war score right now is that instead of doing things based off of doing things based off of a holy war, which would give me a boatload of good stuff from winning wars, or sorry, from winning battles, I'm instead doing it based off of imperialism. And with imperialism, you end up with some weird stuff happening. So Spain is currently sitting on low enthusiasm, but because of the fact that we're not going to be able to push them out of the war, this is mountains. So we just won the Siege of Perineo. We can walk these guys straight into Valencia now. Unfortunately, Lithuania is just going to keep puttering around over there. And we're sitting on 27% war score. So that's a massive quantity of people who can now join a coalition. So we just won the Siege of Air. And I need 3,000 manpower to recover my armies. So I think I want to take California first, because I'm already kind of expanding in this area. Do I want to do this? No, I don't, because this is the area they're currently expanding in. So this is the area that we want to leave alone, which is unfortunate because this is where my army currently is. So it'd be easier to get that done. So all we need right now all we need is that. Alright, so this is 49 peace offer value. And we would not be able to get this peace offer even if we were in a position to make those particular demands. And I'm actually going to leave these guys alone for now. I'm gonna go take these guys out and then track down and siege this fort. I don't know where the capital of Spanish La Plata is. So we just had another revolt. And one of the things that we want to make sure of is that we keep the enthusiasm of Savoy high. Just lost the Siege of Granada. So we're currently sieging down Valencia. How much possession do we have? Ugh. Move these guys down to here. Truce with Russia's over. Okay, it looks like we're going in here. Yahoo! Okay, so we just won that fight. Can we take out their army? Probably not, because they're probably going to be able to retreat too far. For us to catch them. So many Sunni provinces. Alright, well, we're sieging Granada back. These guys need to deal with this problem here. Siege of Borneo is over. What? Okay, so Lithuania just pieced out. I didn't even realize that Lithuania was still in there. Okay, so Lithuania just gave us a bunch of shit for free. And now, the war is just us, Spain, and Jean Per, whoever they are. Whoa, they're pretty big. I mean, I don't think they're involved in the war, since they don't have a fleet, and they'd need to get military access through about the entire world in order to get access to us. Go ahead and just purge my war exhaustion again. I probably should have put a leader in charge of this army. These guys are going to a bad, bad place. Okay, this army here cannot do this anymore. They do need to get down here. Wait, Tunis is at war. Okay. Tunis is at war with Spain, so the Spanish are just fighting another war somewhere else now. We just lost the Siege of Holland. So France is at medium, but their master is at high, so that's all that matters. Where are you guys going? I wonder if... So we're up to 34% war score. Charcan separatists? Where are they coming from? Wow, I've got some serious rebel trubs right now. Okay, these guys are not on autonomous suppression because oop. Okay, so this is a big problem over here. This army. This is the Canem. On the plus side, while they do have quite a bit, should be okay here. Alright, so hopefully we can get some troops to where they need to be. I think that if I take Spanish La Plata here, I think that's going to have to be enough. We'll take the Spanish La Plata area. And then take this part of Spanish Brazil. They don't have a fortress in this area of Brazil, so we should be okay there. So it looks like they're willing to siege provinces from my... I'm a little concerned about this giant army here. Oh, come on, guys. Don't do this to me. Don't fucking do this to me. Okay, so these guys are gonna charge into Cordoba for some reason. If I were to go here, I would arrive first. But I don't want to attack into them like this. I can't pull these guys out. I can get them to attack here, but I can't get them out. I think I'm going to try to defend this. We have the better general, and this army is going to be locked in here, at least for some time, against the French. It looks like we're just gonna pop these guys in here. And if they take too long here, then we should have... Oh god, that's a lot of troops that need to be refreshed. It's like 2 years worth of troops. I don't think going in on Cordoba is a good idea, guys. I really don't think this is a good idea, guys. We're gonna try it. We just won the Siege of Valencia, which means that we can send all of our troops that are over here. And that is interesting, because these guys are going to Alicante, I think. Maybe not. They might be going right over here somewhere. Okay, these guys are going to pop down to... I guess they're not. Okay, we just took down 14,000 troops there. What? God damn it. So, our army just got wiped out by rebels. Which is a problem. Let's take a look at... So these Portuguese-Mexican separatists are a big problem right now. We need to get control of this province down here. Okay, Savoy is still at high enthusiasm. Alright. This is all of my artillery that are supposed to be here. Alright, so slowly but surely we're getting there. What's going on with these Charkan rebels anyway? Is it something about a core? I hope they're not propagating cores. So we just won the Siege of Granada. And they're now heading south into Africa. And despite the fact that we have all of mainland Spain, including their capital, which is the Wargle, we're still looking only at 47%, which seems a little ludicrous to me. Okay, so we gain 5 Republican tradition. Just in time. So we're keeping this guy. And we now have the ability to get Royal Mortars. We're gonna go ahead and do that. So it would be really nice if I had humanism right about now. So this all just comes down to this siege down here. Luckily, this person is able to be assigned here. So let's take a look here. If we don't take these provinces, then we're just getting the problem from Uruguay. So if we take control of this, which should be fast, then we can get things going. So it looks like Spain is just going to put her around. In Africa. And if we take this, that'll give us most of Spanish La Plata and most of the remainder of Spanish Brazil. And then we just have one more war against Spain. before we can get rid of them. Also, I just realized that what I can do here... Let's see. So Jean Per is sitting at medium. I forgot what I was saying. I tend to do that. So... the Portuguese... these separatists are a problem. So we can just hire one merc. This didn't occur to me just now, but we can have this one merc do autonomous suppression of rebels. And that'll resolve the situation over here. Okay, we've won the siege of Picanamu, and we can now do this peace deal if we so please. Do we so please? I think we do. Getting this peace treaty done stops our bad stuff from continuing to accumulate, and we can't quite core all of this yet, but that's okay because it's not worth any overextension anyway. And what we're going to do is we're going to have them annul their treaty. It's Portugal. Are they not allied with Portugal anymore? Oh, they broke their treaty with Portugal already. Okay, so we don't have to annul their treaty with Portugal. They did that for us. So we can go ahead and have them pay war reparations because we don't need to be too worried about the length of the peace treaty. This gives us... and they don't even show up on the list. So they don't get enough aggressive expansion to show up on this list. That's good for us. And we can piece them out. But if we do this, wouldn't it be better to take Toledo? If we do this, Spain does show up on the list. Is Spain actually hidden on this list? No. How could I core Madrid? Do I want to take any other provinces up here? I don't think I do, honestly. We don't really have a convenient setup for that, so we're going to go ahead and we could have them revoke their core on the Asturias. Okay, let's do that. Alright, so they won't have a core on the Asturias anymore. And that's good. Let's just do this. Boom. Okay, so we won that. We apparently have the nationalism casus belli against them, and there you go. So we now have most of North America and most of South America under our boot. We can start the coring process. Let's find anything that has... okay, nothing is giving us overextension. I guess I could have just taken a look at the fact that... and there we go. So we're getting a lot of this chord, but not quite all of it. Let's see here. We now need, because we're currently at peace, we can start getting our troops where they need to be. So these guys can go ahead and start doing autonomous suppression of rebels. One thing that is key of note is that I can now move troops south through Panama. So that's really important, and I probably should have taken control of the Panama region earlier just to ensure the free travel of my troops from North to South America. Okay, so that said, we've got them dealing with those things. We need to get... We need to get some troops to South America. Or not South America, this is Africa, not South America. And we need to do some other stuff. But let me take a look at the time. It is almost 2 o'clock. I think I'm going to end things here for today. So today we managed to finish up the 4 Odin achievement, and we've made a little bit more progress. Oh my god. So we made a lot of progress toward Ideas Guy, as well as some progress towards taking control of all these provinces. Now again, we're not going to be able to actually achieve this achievement during this run because of the fact that I already have it, so it won't show up on this list. I think that's an oversight on the part of the developers. I think you should be able to see all of the achievements that you've gained in a run, regardless of whether you have already gotten them. But if you look at our colonial map, we actually do not have that much territory left to colonize. Mostly this is going to just be making sure that we've got a good set of excess colonists running all the time. And, you know, if we put 4 colonists at a time, I think that we'll very easily finish up. We also need to explore Alaska, because it would be really sad to not finish because of Alaska. I don't think that Easter Island counts as part of the Americas, but I actually will check on that. The Galapagos definitely do, but I already have the Galapagos. I've already got Georgia. I've got the Falklands. So I think I've got... Oh, we also have to... Well, this is just part of annexing England. Not a big deal. So, anyway, that's going to be it for today. Thank you, everyone, for watching. It has been a pleasure to stream for you today. And next time, we will hopefully get Ideas Guy, though probably not. But we'll work toward getting Ideas Guy and toward annexing all of this territory that Brittany has accumulated, as well as finishing off Spain and Portugal. So, later, folks.